Can you guys hear me? Testing. Penis. Yeah? No? Fuck. Yes? Wait, how did you know what I asked? Vagina. This is amazing. Okay, hold on. I gotta make sure it works on Discord. Hello? Hello? Wait, can you guys hear me? Cam? Nice. I need someone on Discord to say they can hear me. Just nice. Cool. Alright, awesome. Got some new audio gear, so that should make things better. I can't hear you on Discord, mainly because I'm not on Discord. Thanks, Philly Mike. As always, very, very helpful. Fancy hat. I want one. Pontiff. Definitely sounds like a podcast. That's what? Why would I want something to sound like a podcast? Pontiff is just a hat now. You say you're in New York, but why do the walls behind your computer suggest Upper Peninsula of Michigan? Because my apartment was last remodeled in the what I assume was the late 1970s, and oak was the color du jour. It's also the color of my cabinets. Not a cult, but different hats for different levels. Respect the hat, respect the order. Yeah, yeah, we'll have different colored hats for different levels. That way we can tell everyone apart. There is a podcast on the horizon. Not Pi-Fi, though. I'm never getting a hat then, am I? I mean, we'll have a merch store. You guys are being ridiculous. Sounds like Gert could use a woman's touch around the old apartment to strip my landlord's paneling off of the walls. No, it doesn't have character. The landlord's just too cheap to remodel. And I'm too cheap to pay for a remodeled apartment. We found each other like soulmates, ships in the night. Sounds like character. Are you a real estate agent? Gert's getting easier to hunt down. Clue one, pool on the roof. That's like 5,000 buildings. Oak tongue and groove walls. I'm on you, buddy. So, pool on the roof and built before 1980. That's also like every apartment building in the city. Almost time for Carvana pits. When another test of 350? I don't know. Soon, maybe? I see. The fact that you love New York City apartments makes me feel like you haven't spent a lot of time in New York City apartments. They tend to be small. Is Enphase going back to 350? I highly doubt it. I love you, Gherk, but I'm not driving to New York City to find you. You know they have airplanes. Not that I'm encouraging you to try to find me. I'm just saying driving seems like an inefficient way to start off your investigation. I like $20 million New York City apartments. Yeah, me too, actually. Is the landlord still trying to buy you out? No, not really. I just don't think he can afford to. Or he's too cheap to do it. But he is suing the. Last I heard, he was suing the property management company. Um, so it's possible that he'll try to push for them to buy me out. That'd be cool. It shouldn't be hard to find a 6'5" Persian dude wearing a pink hat. I don't wear the hats outside. Also, not 6'5". My cucumbers haven't sprouted yet. Should I be worried? I don't check your farmer's almanac. How much would they buy you out? I wanted 10 years of rent. With 2% compounding interest, which is how much they're allowed to raise it. Except that interest calculation's weird because it's every 5 years. I thought you were bearish on the housing market. What about that was bullish? Making money on selling your property, but the house in Long Island? Or are you talking about selling off my? Well, wouldn't you, if you owned something, wouldn't you want to sell it when you thought it was at its top? It's the selling part that's bearish. What the fuck? This is why you still own GME, isn't it? No, it's not. The landlord made a mistake of letting to a financial wizard. No, the landlord made a mistake of not ensuring that the lease that the management company gave me covered the rent control, rent stabilization that was on the property. You have to specifically use a disclaimer and prove income for properties over a certain age, and that wording was simply not in the original lease. Tesla's looking interesting. Yeah, I can keep going. It's got some room. Whoa, why am I so big? There we go. That's a better size. Whew. Scary. Wait, how's this? Like if I get real close to the mic. Is this better? Is this how it should be all the time? Pretty hot. Yeah. I feel violated. Gherkin 2 a.m. smooth jazz radio. Yeah. Here at 69.42. Pi Phi. I guess it makes sense for it to be 420.69. JFresh already has my old mic, actually. Can you make yourself really little and sit on top of one of those Gex bars? Yes, I can. Woo! Where he sits is the next level. Gherkin, king of the Gex. End phase retesting 45. Yep. Yeah, it's doing a thing. Hmm. I mean, this is consolidation still. A little bit of a continuation of yesterday's consolidation. I don't know if we've quite gotten a reversal. I mean, we did in the overnight session that failed, but I'm not counting that. Some of the news out of China and Japan wasn't particularly great, and that kind of killed the overnight run. Also, some of the like longer term options positioning is suggesting that bulls are taking profits here. And one really good way to determine why they would be doing that is this. There's just not that much put delta to the upside. Like we know there's not a ton of call buying, but the put delta is starting to hit like I mean it's really just not going to go much lower here. So if you're going to take profit on puts that you know were in the money back here, this would be a excellent time to do it, especially given how much harder it is to move higher through like VM. Also, like Gamma Max on the weekly is not coming down towards spot, which is kind of weird. Like it's still moving up, which isn't super bullish either. It means there's no like out of the money call buying going on. Yeah, I mean sold puts. There's a lot of sold puts at 6K. It's I mean it's a major level. Oh my god, the new computer is so fast. I have so much RAM. I have a 5070 Ti. No, 96 gigs of RAM. How much RAM in your computer? 96 gigs. 96 gigs of DDR5 at 6000 MTS. Or MT slash S? How does one say that? MITS. Where do I get that information? Hmm. Any upside if we break 20? Sure. Yeah. I mean, technically, I think today there's enough interest to the upside that we could push out to 50 before running into any serious problems. It'll just be hard to break 20. A price under 60, 100 by end of day is inappropriate and it won't stand for it. Hey, GS devs, docs on the landing page, learn more, lead to 404 pages? Oh, that's weird. Is it your fault, Torque? Shit, how the fuck do I get to the landing page? Stop logging me in. Here, try this first of all, because this seems to be working fine. And then I will try to figure out why. Where the hell does it say learn more? Oh, yeah. The learn more thing isn't linking to the fucking docs. We could probably get that fixed pretty quick. Might have been a recent change we pushed. But the web page is working. Yeah, we'll get that. We'll get that fixed. I'll throw the bug up now. Oh, interesting. I'll have to be more careful about mispronouncing things now, huh, Dork? Nested tools? Tools? My customer experience has been satisfactory. 5 out of 7. I wait, I think Nuke actually just fixed the coding. If that's true, that's the fastest anyone's had a support ticket dealt with in the history of support tickets. 1 minute turnaround time. Fuck yeah. Nice work, everyone. Dork gets an extra quesadilla today. I'm hearing the ping like when you toggle Discord every so often in the background. Ooh, yeah, some of my audio settings might not be up to snuff. Hey, listen, so um part of the reason it took me a good chunk of the night to get this computer set up, which it's still not fully. I can't really trade today. Because I have like a bunch of macros and shit that I have to figure out how to get to work in Windows 10. They don't seem to want to. Um, but I was trying to get like a new Dillionaire song going. I feel like the current Dillionaire song is not really where I want it. Not that it's bad. I'm gonna keep it largely, but it needed to be restyled. It's bad. How could you tell me that? Can I sing it? I'm a horrible singer. I don't know, but we have some versions that we're gonna run through today. Why did you need a new computer? Memory leaks from TradingView scripts kept crashing my old one. Also, Gamma Strike wanted to take full advantage of Trump allowing us to write off 100% of all of our purchases. because we're a US domiciled business. How much RAM did your old PC have? 32 gigs. DDR4. It wasn't a potato. I mean, it was a decent computer. Although, I did find out that the sag on my video card had split the board all along the PCIe slot. The video card still works, but if I tried to take the video card out, I would definitely leave part of it behind. It wasn't a $10,000 PC. It's like 2,500 or something. There's a 5070 Ti. So yes. Disgusting. Add in the screens and accessories. Okay, fine. Like 3,500. Well, the camera was like 600 alone. I think the monitors are like 200 something each. Keyboard's like 200. I don't know. Probably audio shit's like another 6. But that most of that's old stuff. I bought 2 monitors for $89.99 a piece. Did you get the receipt? Generally, when buying studio monitors, you don't want piece of shit that gets the job done. Oh, I see what you mean. I thought you meant audio monitors. Maybe we'll bring back gaming with pickles now. Now that I have a 5 series Nvidia card, I can play League of Legends at even more FPS and 1080p. Could probably do like crank like 1200 FPS at 1080. I'm not gonna play Oblivion again. I don't even understand why people are doing that. Fuck Bethesda. Why can't they just make a new game that doesn't suck? Or a game that isn't just 99% fetch quests? I'll play Oblivion Remastered when I can do it on the ice maker on my refrigerator. Pickle Jar WAN gaming. What's up, Nuke? Is G-Sex ready to be teased? Probably before we give it to the beta boys, which is gonna be Monday, right? Pre-OPEX Monday. So we could tease it Thursday at the fucking round table. Well, G-Sex. What race did you play in Oblivion the first time? All of them. I fucking I fucking played that game for like 900 hours. Hence why I don't want to play it again. I'm glad I'm already out of my Tesla calls. It's being weird. It's getting real choppy. Which means it's definitely going to 350. But I got like 80% on them, which was sweet. Trump really hooked it up last night. Yeah, no, Enphase looks good. It fucking broke out a trend, broke 45. It's killing it. It's doing the things we want to see it do. Maybe get that gap fill up at like 47. That'd be nice. You think SPX keeps pushing at 60-20? Are we able to get past the VNs? I think they're actually going to be a little bit more resistive, given that the spread between them is kind of closed a bit. Um, as you can see, the weekly VN being a real bitch for price action here. Um, they need to buy in the money or out of the money calls. Like selling puts here is not really enough. Also, bot puts at 60-25 right now, which might be a little bit difficult to get over. But yeah, we can move up above the VNs. It just requires call buying, like a lot of call buying. And then those bot calls have to hold in order to continue to climb higher. There are sold calls, but they're further out of the money, or at least the bigger concentrations of them. They're at like 60-40, 60-60, 60-65. Some at 50 and 55 coming in. I would say the concentration above 45 is a lot greater than it is here near spot. And there's a decent number of bot calls at 60-20 right now. They're selling the 59.95 and 59.75 puts pretty heavily. Mm. Fitch Ratings downgraded global sovereign debt outlook, revised to deteriorating from neutral due to tariffs and uncertainty. Good morning, Thunder. I got into that end phase play near the bottom. I want you to know that when it hits 675 profit, I'm buying the Lego Titanic, so I have something to sink when my port is drowning. Welcome back. Support kind of evaporating. Yeah, but I mean that's been the case for a little while, like the last few days though. We still need like a downside swing with vol, or it needs to be late enough in the day that the supportive positioning pulls back. But yeah, I know they're taking profits still. Six K is still kind of a price magnet. Yeah, yeah. If we can't break 20, so you think we'll push back to 6,000 before a big push? I don't know if we get a big push. I mean, there's not a ton of upside interest. There's a little, but not a ton. Also, quite a lot of puts being bought at spot right now. Seems like bears are pushing back a little. Some 60-10 puts being bought. Mm. Hmm. What happens if DF and GF cross VN? Well, they're different chains, so nothing. This is 0 DTE. This is weekly. This is monthly. So I think there's going to be a bearish push over the next couple of days. I think it's data dependent. Think about just buying a few at the money puts 2 weeks out and going back to work. I mean, we're kind of at like a soft cap for price action to the upside, Vega neutral here. So I think some pullback, but it could be brief. It doesn't need to be extended. It may, like, we could easily just pull back to like 59.75 or 59.50, and that would give enough headroom to the upside for bulls to push up higher. I'm not playing GME earnings. I'd play the aftermath maybe, but no, because I don't care about them. Isn't Cohen just going to announce that they bought Bitcoin at the top and the price is going to tank? I mean, yeah, they're going to release like a little report and just not do a like actual shareholders meeting. Don't forget they probably closed more retail locations. Yeah, that's always really good for companies to reduce their footprint and market share. GME is not the market. It doesn't even have negative beta anymore. It's like not even a good hedge against the market. Its beta is now zero point 0.1. I know you're joking. They don't do earnings calls. They haven't done earnings calls in like a year because they have nothing to say. Can't you just buy games online? Yeah, you can. I do miss selling CCs to the poors. I mean, for cover, as much as I hate it for covered calls, it's still probably one of the best stocks. Is that Mike sells CCs? Yeah, it is. But now he buys leaps. And grew up. But are you doing that because that one guy who buys leaps? I actually reviewed that dude's trades. He was doing good. Like, not with him, but he just, like, sent me them. You know who you are. You're still here. Leap guy. I feel like when you review trades, you whip out a red ballpoint pen, lick the tip, and get to work. It's the best way to work the tip. The river runs dry. Legendary DD. Still quoted to the day by Richard Newton. I don't know who the fuck that is. Is that guy who's like a math teacher? God. GME people will really just follow anybody who says something good about their stock. Desperate for leadership because their company offers none. I digress. Yes, it's an excellent DD. It explains everything that ever happened on GameStop. I've been selling pretty aggressive CCs on GME and tracking your historical low IV comment. Making money, I assume. Why are we watching Fubo? This is the SPX? Ha. I miss when Gherk would bring people on the stream and try to politely feel out whether they read his DD. And invariably, they had not. I was trying to feel out if they knew what the fuck they were talking about, and invariably, they did not. They're not purple. It's more of a fuchsia, and we're trying to fix it. We have another color that's going to be swapped out for that because that color sucks. Talk to me about drip on packs. I don't remember what price I turned mine off at. Hold on. 1392 is where I kill the drip. There is no book 4 of MOASS. There is no MOASS, which was explained in book 3 of MOASS. What's the SPX doing then? Grinding up against Vega neutral? Slightly breaking out above VN on the weekly. But we still have VN on the monthly up here. And resistance there as well. ES is starting to push for 60.31, which is kind of an important level. But ES runs into two resistance levels here, the trend and 60.31. How come VNM is $5 higher on GS Live than it was in your write-up? Morning OI update? Yeah, possibly. We do those now. So, and that would be after I was done doing Pickles picks. Yeah. Yeah, looks like it moved up. Book of MOASS sounds like a pickup artist book. Should have been. No, AJ's not Stefan. Somehow slightly less annoying. How's Tesla looking? Like it's getting rejected off of like 317 a little bit. Could pull back further. There's some support at like 309, 80, 310. And then below that supports back at like maybe 290, 95, somewhere in there. 292 to 295. You can take a look at the live. Yeah, 292, 301 on the downside. A little bit of support at 310 though. I don't think I would just dump through that level. Those need to sink. Um, yeah, I think a failure could probably retest. Failure at 310 could probably retest 300, 301. But if it finds support there again, that could be pretty bullish for the 330 test. Putin extended the oil sale bans on stuff. Hmm. Did we get a failure to the Delta flip? Um, I mean, I feel like if we fail, it's probably shit's probably going right down to like 6,000 because the only significant support is 20, and then gamma drops off really hard. So I think downside failures would be a pretty decent sized move. Probably want to confirm those, maybe somewhere around like 58 or 60, 18, 30, 50, right around there. Hmm. Mm-hmm. How do you like the new PC? It works, so that's pretty cool. What with the more responsible 6010? Watch it get blown up because I didn't wait for the confirm. There is still some room to the upside. Quit the bar you've set? Who built it? I did. What happened? Oh. Oh, I see. Texas governor legit tweeted out FAFO to the protesters there. What a great group of people. Which protesters? There's protesters in Texas now? You should probably include tax. What's boy math? Getting close to that 1830 test. Did we leave any gaps to the downside? No. Well, I guess there's like it's like an opening gap. Why is that not marked? Oh, because I don't have fucking gaps turned on. Son of a bitch. Stupid new computer. There is a gap. 608 to 60991. No, Tesla looks like it can pull back a little bit. It was already pulling back last I looked. I just went over it like a few minutes ago. Gap indicators are difficult. Did you make sure to change your default order size to one contract instead of 10? Probably not. But I'm not trading anything today. Well, probably not trading anything today. Dork's not doing anything on the front end. He's definitely not putting gaps in the chart. You called the resistance of 1830 to the penny? Did I? No. We tested like 20, 18 23. It's kind of what I was looking at anyway, but we did not fail. It's 29. Okay. Yeah, almost to the penny. Yeah, no, it did. The low was 29 there. Support. We didn't sell theta into this chop. I have some sold puts down at like 59.50 from last week. But no, I didn't get any of my trading shit set up on the new computer today. I don't really feel like trading on my phone. Maybe I'll sell some butterflies or condors later, but probably not. What's going on with LA? Is it anarchy? I don't know. The people I know who live there say that there's really not much going on and it's getting like blown out of proportion by the media. But there's a lot of military there. No, I won't. I'm in New York. That was. There's like three Waymo cars on fire and a few cops cars got bricks thrown through their windshields. Every news outlet's acting like it's Mad Max. Well, think about who owns the news outlets. There's nothing billionaires probably want to see more than violent suppression of the poors. That way they feel less threatened by us. One second. Phone call, BlackRock, sir. Tesla just broke VWAP. No, no, just another Friday fucking doctor's appointment. This one's a lovely 7:30 a.m. In 2023, my buddy in Portland still had family in rural Georgia, asking him if he was safe from all the daily rioters. Yeah, half of this country, at least, lives in a completely different reality, which is wild. But, here we are. The LAPD apprehended a CNN journalist and his crew. Interesting. I'm not that rich. I mean, like I could be broke pretty quick. I'm not like a billionaire. I'm going to a No Kings protest this weekend because Trump is throwing a military birthday parade for his birthday, and I'm not going to be a keyboard warrior complaining about it. I mean, Trump just wants to do dictator things on his birthday. What's the big deal? That the US taxpayers pay for. But it's totally not about his birthday, right? If anyone's listening to me here, literally, it's in two different 4 block areas of a 200 square mile area. And when the Lakers win, it's more disruptive than this. It's been blown out of proportion. Yeah, yeah, heavily. That could change if you started that calf OnlyFans. Huh. When are you running for Congress? Why? So you get paid to do nothing? Hmm. Tempting. Do you still do rolling in the money VIX hedge on your port when volatility is lower? Yeah. As long as I get a turn on my birthday, then it's okay. Go fuck yourself, Bob. Really? The army's birthday? Are you serious? Are you that delusional? It's a little like USSR military parade for Trump's fucking birthday. Do you think any other fucking president would have done that? Trump doesn't even like people in the military. Why the fuck are we having parades? I thought we were broke. Pick one. Trump tried to do it last term. Yeah, but, it wasn't the military's birthday that time. Nobody loves military shows. Have you ever been to a military show? Don't answer that. I don't want to know how deep of a hick you are. I do leave my apartment. I wouldn't do it to go to a fucking military show. Was Bob in the military? I don't know. Probably not. Hence the obsession with prepping and guns. He wishes he was, but just like never did it. Never pulled the trigger, I assume. Or he's just the worst kind of veteran. Yeah, it's like a cosplay thing. He may not like them, but they love him. That's because they're idiots. That's why they're in the military. You don't sign up for the military because you got a lot going on in life. Who won, Trump versus Musk? They seem to have just not like stopped. What bubble? You mean one where people are educated and civilized? Oh, it's so terrible. Why would I want to get out of this bubble? So I can go hang out with Hicks and watch tanks drive around? What are you, 4? People often go to the military when life gives them no other options. Yeah. Sure, bud? Okay. Yeah, great response. Valid argument. Sound and reasonable. Don't forget the Dodge Charger. You guys are the ones eating all the fucking soybeans, Bob, in your food deserts. That's why you have to go on carnivore diets. Do you feel the same about the higher levels of the military? They're heavily outnumbered. And I mean, there's still no tuition for going to the Naval Academy or West Point. The parade is going to have Dodge Chargers. It should. The official vehicle of the United States Army. Anytime, Lawrence. I was in Army intelligence. There's no intelligence anywhere to be found of any kind. Just lots of maps and people using the military to pay for their college. NASCAR is the second most idiotic thing I can think of attending after a military parade. Watching cars drive in a circle 500 times while drinking beer. Just praying that an errant tire from a wreck takes someone out. It's like soccer. Formula One's kind of sweet. Watching nepo babies risk their lives is, adds a whole nother layer to it. We watch pixels turn green and red for 8 hours a day. This runs the world. NASCAR doesn't. I mean, there's a lot of talented scientists and engineers that are contracted by DARPA. They don't have any. They don't have any control over military command, though. It's really kind of a separate area. Those are people at colleges with PhDs or want to get PhDs that are getting funding from the military to pursue things that they want to invent or design or research. That's not the same as signing up to be a fucking grunt. Maybe some of the chat aren't from the US. No respect for it or its traditions. What made it great? More focused on post 2016 politics and hurting liberals rather than the strength of the nation. Yeah, while saying that they're patriots and actively supporting the the destruction of the Constitution. But they'd rather have less rights as long as those rights are only for them. About a straddle because trade talks in London have ended. Ooh, that's early. When should we hear how it went? Anyone know? There's no announced press conferences yet. Less rights, more CCTVs. Yeah. Bob thinks we were invaded. That's the most idiotic thing I've ever fucking heard. Bob does hate the Constitution and America. Bob is fully in support of a monarchy run by a fat real estate developer. Don't speak about King Charles like that. Good old sausage hands. What if they make legal avenues less accessible? Should they make them more accessible so people can come here legally like they're supposed to? Yeah, probably. But that's not the point. The point of the whole movement is to get brown people out of the country. It's not to create a better path to immigration. It's deeply, deeply rooted in just racism and fear. I agree. These aren't people that are getting you guys are arguing like the fringes of like the officer corps and like naval and air force academy graduates. Yes, they are highly educated. The leadership in the military generally significantly better educated than the rest of the military, but they don't make up the majority. And they're sure as shit not getting like, pulled in on the GI Bill. I hate that Bob just sounds like my boomer right wing dad. Correction, US China talks are still ongoing. Okay. What's your take on NATO spending targets and increasing it to 5% GDP? It seems like a lot of money and unproductive assets. It's just about inflating the military industrial complex. They weren't getting enough, they want more. That's what they lobby for. Yes, yes, I realize that. Yes, there are some intelligent people in the military. Every family has a Bob, including the pickle jar. Autistic isn't the same as intelligent. Shh, don't let people know. How am I in the minority? I'm in the majority. It's not fear mongering, it's valid. The administration has taken multiple illegal actions, many of which have been blocked by courts in this country and the Supreme Court. You notice Kilmar Abrego's back. Thought that could never happen. Fuck off. This is what happens when you elect a felon to lead the country. Crime. Shocker. I don't care what the fuck they deport him for, as long as he gets due process. In line with the protections offered by our Constitution. Hey man, you're the one who wanted to put a pedophile in the Oval Office. Bob doesn't believe in anything that Trump doesn't tell him to believe in, and believes everything Trump tells him to believe. Well, we're trading flat at 20. We got to argue about something. Reddit chat? You just sound like people in Superstock trying to push DRS. You're super stonk, Bob. We didn't ban any other opinions. Politics run the market now. Things change, Nick. I bet Bob is a cop. More like probably some like sheriff's deputy. Or just wanted to be. Again, a lot like his military aspirations. You can have a meal team 6 meeting later with your buddies. You guys gonna find like a Home Depot to hang out in with while wearing bulletproof vests. He wears level 4 plates to check the mail. Hey man, there's nothing wrong with being gay, alright? We lost 60-18. Where could we drop to? 6,000? That's what I said. Maybe a little above 6,000. No, Poopy just said the market's not political. How could we possibly have a bad... How could we possibly have a bad bond auction? $3.22 bid to cover on the 1 year is great, right? As far as I know, China trade discussions are ongoing. Oh, look at that. Yeah, we tapped 6,000. Called it. Probably bounce, yeah. It's not a silly take. You haven't come up with a single valid take that I've seen yet. All of them are based on some incoherent set of facts that you've tried to cobble together. I would argue that you're the one that's deluded. Ugh. No, there's no good faith argument with those people. It's largely a waste of time, but I'm bored, so. You haven't made a valid point. How is there? You wanna throw another argument at me riddled with logical fallacies? I hate that we have two political parties that are both utter and complete shit. Yeah, me too. Puby said he was leaving but can't stay away because his family isn't real, rent free. Laughs in Europore.
Put their pickle in my jar. Just tuned in.
Just tuned in, bought a call when I saw the drop, and you said it will probably bounce. Nice quick scalp. I hope today isn't boring.
I hope today isn't
I'm
boring.
free to trade for the
rest of the day. Cuckoo 5.
rest of the day. Thanks, Costellosaurus. Good to see you, man. It's probably going to be kind of boring because we're still getting locked up in the like 6,000 to 60-20 range. I didn't say this time it's different. The bond market is structurally built on the faith in the US government. If the Constitution is violated in any way, then the US government ceases to exist. Well, if it's violated and allowed to be violated in any way, then the US government ceases to exist, which means that somebody needs to find somewhere to roll over a bunch of debt. Okay, so your argument's that it's always the same, which history has proven wrong time and time again. We already have stagflation. I don't need to worry about that. The dollar's doing so great since you started your argument. Yields totally pulling back, right? 10 years not just sitting at 4 or 5. The judicial branch and Congress have no power to act. They can't enforce the law. So you're assuming that Trump takes orders from someone and follows them, which you should know is not going to happen. Bonds don't care about the first threat of the most stable country on earth from inside in the modern financial system, upon which that system sits atop, is wild. It's because it's not serious yet. No, but it can escalate very quickly. Far more quickly than a lot of people are presuming. Hmm. I'll help you bounce here. Poopy forgot the golden rule. What's that? Hmm. Vote for less rights for your wife. Golden rule. What did I miss? We got a nice little dump back to 6,000. Have you ever done speed dating just to experience it? No. I failed you? Only 400% gains across my plug position. I'm sorry. Congratulations. Is Bob married? Probably. He believes in that kind of thing. That's alright, Grey Pubes. Maybe next time. Bob goes on long hikes in the woods with just his dog a lot. So probably is married. You don't believe in marriage? I can tell you it does exist. Okay. I believe you. I'm sure it's out there. Resistance at like 18, 20, maybe. Up here. Decent bounce. A lot of puts sold on the drop, which is what I expected. Monogamy is for penguins. Pigeons mate for life. Yep, accurate. The market shook that off pretty quickly. I think that was just a mechanical drop. Like we just slid down the negative gamma as support got pulled away. But now we'll have new support. No, not 60, 50. Probably resistance here. Might be able to creep a little higher. But this is gonna be hard to cross back over 20 to the upside. We're gonna need some repositioning. And there are some bot calls coming into 20. Not very many of them yet, but a few. Calls still being sold out of the money. There are sold puts at 15 and 10 a little bit. Interest is starting to concentrate outside of like 59.95 through 605. So sell calls the upside, sold puts to the downside, which could kind of pin price over the course of the day. Probably need this to fail. More sold puts coming in. 10, 15. Some at 25. This is about where I'd start looking for resistance. Bot calls coming in. Bot puts at 20. If it's topped or maybe done for the day, probably running into a little resistance around 45. Hmm. Got rejected just short of the low PT. Seems fine. Still holding 45, which is pretty positive. Hmm. Ooh. Hmm. Is there enough interest here to push up further? There's still a lot of bot calls at 25, but bot puts coming in at 20, 15, and 10 again. Sold calls 30, 35, and 20. So 20 synthetic short, net synthetic short now. A little more heavily skewed to the sold call side though. So not exactly bearish. Although 60-15 is. 60-15 is also net synthetic short, but skewed towards the put side. I made enough today to pay off this $300 work zone speeding ticket and then some. Thanks. No problem. Are larger institutions buying this trash or just retail? I feel like larger institutions are mostly in the shortfall trade right now. I mean, they're neutral because they were in the pain trade, and so they've rebalanced a bit, but they're not. They're definitely not bullish yet. Like institutional positioning is still underweight equities. From a positioning perspective, is there more upside market risk or downside market risk? I think downside market risk. Right now, risk is definitely to the downside. There's like a lot of positive delta below us. That does provide support for the bullish price action, continuing support over the next 2 weeks until some of the supportive charm falls off. But that also means that there's just a shitload of positive delta below us, which if something volatile were to happen, which no one, I'm not saying that's going to, but if something volatile were to happen, we could easily sell off and keep selling off because the downside is quite liquid. Which is probably why, like, if you look at the data last night, we're seeing some of the like short vol positioning pull back. Because they've already realized a lot of profits, and there's not like a ton of room to push up higher, and so they're kind of de-risking a little bit. India and the U.S. advanced toward an interim trade deal after 4 days of talks. India and the U.S. aim to sign the first tranche of the trade pact by fall 2025. That's not 90 days. Nope. Let's hear one of the new Dilly songs. Yeah, okay. Let me think. Let's do this one. They're all the same, just different versions of it. I think I like this one. Yeah, this one I kind of liked.
In the land of the chart, we reach for the sky, slapping bids, selling rips, Ivy's high, so am I. Degenerates don't hedge, we just double down, ride or die till the tendies come around. Moon or doom, ain't no in between, one good squeeze and I'm living the dream. Pickles up, no guts, no fame, billionaires rise, no risk, no gains.
I don't like this one as much anymore.
Pickles up, sealed in the jar, legends are made.
Yeah, that's what it kind of reminded me of. Hold on, I have more.
In the land. Standing down, the one and down, the one and down to the yellow. In the land of the jar, we reach for the sky, slapping bids, selling rips, Ivy's high, so am I. Degenerates don't hedge, we just double down, ride or die till the tendies come around. Moon or doom, ain't no in between, one good squeeze and I'm living the dream. Pickles up, no guts, no fame, billionaires rise, no risk, no gains. Standing down, the one and down, the one and down to the yellow. Standing down, the one and down, the one and down to the yellow. Pickles up, 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 pickles up. Sealed in the jar, legends are made. Sealed in the jar, legends are made. Pickles up, 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 pickles up. Sealed in the jar, legends are made. Watcha. Moon or doom, ain't no in between. One good squeeze.
I like this one. Have you heard the intro song to Arcane? You should do one in that style. Wait, no, this one was actually my favorite one. Hold on.
Moon or doom, ain't no in between. One good squeeze and
It's called Imagine Dragons.
no fame. Till the airs rise, no
Everything's Imagine Dragons, including Nickelback.
one good squeeze and I'm living the dream. Pickles up, no guts, no fame. Till the airs rise, no risk, no gains. Welcome to the pickle jar, we send it or we cry. Slapping bids, selling rips, Ivy's high, so am I. Degenerates don't hedge, we just double down. Ride or die till the tendies come around. Hold on to, ain't no in between. One good squeeze and I'm living the dream. Pickles up, no guts, no fame. Till the airs rise, no risk, no gains. Pickles up, pickles up, pickles up, hey. Pickles up, pickles up, pickles up, hey. Seals up, pickles are, legends up, hey. Legends are made. Moon or doom, ain't no in between. One good squeeze and I'm living the dream. Pickles up, no guts, no fame. Till the airs rise, no risk, no gains. Moon or doom, ain't no in between. One good squeeze and I'm living the dream. Pickles up, no guts, no fame. Till the airs rise, no risk, no gains.
Nothing beats the original. I have to be honest. I'm trying to add more layers of vocals. Which isn't easy to do, but now they have like Sono has a music editor. So now I can make vocal tracks on top of the original like song. And so that's what I've been doing with these. Can we hit 60-50? Yeah. We're gonna need a lot more call buying. But it's not impossible. What's the next one? Oh, this is more Imagine Dragons. Maybe.
Welcome to the pickle jar where we send it or we cry. Slapping bids, selling rips, Ivy's high, so am I. Degenerates don't hedge, we just double down. Ride or die till the tendies come round. Moon or doom, ain't no in between. One good squeeze and I'm living the dream. Pickles up, no guts, no fame. Dilly on his rise, no risk, no gains.
There's some fiddle in there. $20 is since short, but it's net sold calls. So not as resistive, but also not as supportive.
Pickles up, pickles up.
This one's more sea shanty-esque. I threw some like river dance shit in there too. Like I just made a river dance track and bolted it on. I do raise my voice when my headphones are on because I'm deaf.
Pickle jar, we send it or we cry. Slapping bids, selling rips, face high, so am I. Degenerates don't hedge, we just double down. Ride or die till the tendies come around. Moon or doom, ain't no in between. One good squeeze and I'm living the dream. Pickles up, no guts, no fame. Till the others rise, no risk, no gain. Moon or doom, ain't no in between. One good squeeze and I'm living the dream. Pickles up, no guts, no fame. Till the others rise, no risk, no gains. Moon or doom, ain't no in between. One good squeeze and I'm living the dream. Pickles up, no guts, no fame. Till the others rise, no risk, no gain. Moon or doom, ain't no in between. One good squeeze and I'm living the dream. Pickles up, no guts, no fame. Till the others rise, no risk, no gain. Pickles up, pickles up. Sealing the jar, legends are pickles up, pickles up. Sealing the jar, legends are pickles up, pickles up. Sealing the jar, legends are pickles up, pickles up. Sealing the jar, legends are made. we send it or we cry. Slapping bids, selling ribs, service high, so am I. Degenerates don't hedge, we just double down. Ride or die till the tendies come round. One or two,
I can.
between. One good squeeze and I'm living the dream. Pickles up, no guts, no fame. Till the years rise, no risk, no gains. One or two, ain't no in between. One good squeeze and I'm living the dream. Pickles up, no guts, no fame. Till the years rise, no risk, no gains.
I could make a salsa version. This one and the first one? Okay. I like how the vocals went with this one.
Sealed in the jar, legends are made.
Yeah, that's one of the benefits of the original one, is that it was short AF. No, hold on. I'm gonna try to do a salsa version. What's up, turd? That way, hold on. We're buying some Smith & Wesson stock for the summer riot season. I wonder if deploying the military against protesters is going to cause cause more liberals to buy guns. Is the government going to buy more replacement Waymos? That's for sure. Hmm. I'm a liberal with guns. I did buy more when Trump was elected. Interesting. Modern warfare will be fought with robo-taxis. Trading gas with Gamma Strike prints money. I can't imagine if more futures-related features get added. It would be cool, but we're still probably a long way from that. CME is like a whole different ball game. Is it true that most of New York City doesn't like Trump? Yeah. Yeah, I would say that's pretty accurate. What futures features would you even need? It already works great. I mean, futures data. Still call buying going on? No, kind of netting out. Out of the money calls already closed. There's still some bot calls at 25 and 30 that are closing here. Bot puts at 20. In the money bot calls supportive down to 60, 10. So probably just net out again and then maybe fail a little later. Enphase seems to be holding 45, so that's a good sign. If 45 acts as support, it could move higher. This looks similar to yesterday. I wonder if it will play out similarly. I don't think yesterday had such a ridiculous drop in the midday. Most of the downside price action all happened into close. I think Zom taps 110. It's getting pretty close. There was some news on the Russia side today that was kind of interesting with them restricting exports to countries honoring the price caps. That seemed to at least drive a little bit of interest. I don't think BTC news has materially changed the conversation. Is GME earnings tonight? The fact that Cohen's probably a bit underwater on his BCC doesn't seem super bullish. I think Bitcoin is the most bullish thing he's done as CEO. Is it? Yeah. Now the NFT marketplace was. True. Actually, yeah. What's up, Nick? Ha! Nice. Who forward-plotted 6K calls on the dip? I got a couple like 610s, 6010s. Just like three though. That's not a lot. Be neat if we break higher though. I think the bounce is pretty obvious. Mm. Mm. There's still a few bot calls at 30. A lot of puts being sold at 15. 15 starting to net a little negative. Downside support still kind of sucks though. $90 trade deals in 90 days tracker. J64 still 0. Yeah, killing it. Everyone must be tired as fuck of winning so hard. So 30 still resistance here. Yeah, I'm just making something to eat. Doesn't seem like there's anything coming up. We got the 3-year auction in 7 minutes. Trump said any protesters at the June 14th parade will be met with force. Now he's threatening protesters. Classy. He's leaving the National Guard deployed in LA indefinitely. China talks on a break and will continue at 8 p.m. tonight. Well, I guess at least no bad news out of that. No. No free speech for you. Only for them. Or him. You're misunderstanding how it works. Oh, yeah, sorry. Oh, my bad? Yeah, it's okay. It's really easy to, like, get wrong. No, he didn't say peaceful protesting was cool. You're misinterpreting the statement. It's very clear. It says protesters will be met with force. Is Carvana just dead? It's still stuck between 330 and 350. You have an opinion on KHC? Pretty cheap right now. Flows into like consumer non-durables have looked decent over the last few weeks. Um, I mean, the margins are never great, but the dividend's pretty nice right now. It's like 6% last I looked or something. They are impacted by tariffs, I think pretty substantially. Zero GT call selling above SPXBN basically free money, or at least a good chance. I would say statistically the odds are pretty high that it would end up out of the money, but you have to be a little bit careful with it. VN isn't like a hard cap on upward price improvement. It's just a very big resistance. Latest PPI and PCE. Should inflation come down? Inflation has been coming down. We haven't gotten PPI yet, and PCE is just a basically a sum of CPI and PPI. So PCE doesn't indicate anything regarding pricing, right? It's just a different measure of data you already have. We do get CPI and PPI this week. They are expected both to rise a little bit. CPI a little bit less so, but PPI is expected to rise pretty dramatically. Don't forget that there is still an effective tariff rate of like 24%. So, I mean, the realization of that hasn't happened yet, but it likely will. And it is going to weigh on consumer pricing, just by its very nature, the type of regressive tax that it is specifically. How long do you think China talks take? I don't think China has any reason to come to a resolution currently. 4 bip tail. That's not great. Fed took $1 billion. Good to cover was 2.520. Wasn't expecting that at the shorthand. It's not as bad as the one that almost failed, but it's not great. One second. I'm gonna go grab my food. Got a nice fucking pizza. Look at that shit. You're wrong. It ripped right when I sold my calls. I said not to sell calls there. I said it was dangerous. You made that? Yeah. It's on it. Tomatoes and pesto, mozzarella. Ooh, crunchy. Hey. Yeah, mozzarella. Whatever. It's just pesto and basil leaves. Still need more calls to come out of the money. But yeah, like the theoretical limit for the upside today would be about 50. If we tested 50, I would sell a lot of calls. But we've got a ways to go. And this breakout was only puts being bought at 30 and 35, or calls being bought at 30 and 35. So it doesn't really look like it's on track to get to 50 just yet. Better? Tesla bullish? Mm. I'd still like to see it find support, but yeah. Or better support, I guess. This is why we set stops, Theta Decaying Corpse. You buy puts and then you set a stop. That way, if it rejects and you're correct, you make money. If you get a giant rip, you get stopped out and you don't lose money. Actually, the crunch is a little much. Might have overdone the crust a tiny bit. But it does have, yeah, I mean, it's crunchy. Yeah, but the sound, if you're into that sort of thing, yeah, I suppose so. This is good pizza. Not bad. I don't think CPI is going to be all that bad. Probably in line with expectations. I would be surprised if CPI like surprised to the upside of where analysts expect it to be. There's a little bit of room in like core, but uh, yeah, the swelling in inventories is definitely padding a lot of the realization of inflation on the consumer side. Didn't he say he was going to ease them like 3 weeks ago? Any thoughts on my current political events aren't really influencing the markets in a bearish way? On the tariff thing, I believe nobody really thinks anything's going to come to fruition. And then everything else, there needs to be some kind of action to drive a catalyst. Like if Marines open fire on LA protesters and kill a bunch of US citizens, real bad for the market. But if they're just going to stand around in front of the federal courthouse, it's not really going to do anything. Civil unrest has a long way to go. And economic perceptions just aren't that bad yet. Do you have a rich people bunker in New York to stream from in case things go south? Yep, my house? Well, here. Yeah, we could get a debt downgrade from it. That's possible. Thanks, Danimal. The Sonk can't replace Powell. Gotta tell Trump that. Do I? I feel like that's absolutely not my job. Yeah, I saw the news headline. It's just bullshit, though. What you doing, Nuke? Ooh, elegant. But are they not in the right one? Or good shot closing the day under both VNs. Hmm. I don't know. Right now, the potential closing range is pretty wide. It's like 60, 15 to 40. Maybe 20 to 35 more precisely. There's definitely more sold put support to the downside than there was. Hmm. Yeah, I'm still in end phase. Failure here likely to bounce on 15. Yeah, I think so. Hmm. Hmm. I don't know about that. Hmm. Hmm. Oh shit. One sec. Some bot puts coming in at 25. 30 calls retreating, starting to be sold a little bit more heavily. Hmm. I noticed Black Swan in the photo you posted on Pickles Picks. How many should I buy for? How many puts should I buy for SLD? Are you talking about my tiny Black Swan car? That's not. It's not a market indicator. Why are you guys so weird? They're still buying puts at 25, but calls at 30 haven't closed yet. 35 calls sold off though. How's this set up for end of day? Mm, kind of boring and still fairly range bound. I guess if we slip 15, the shit could get kind of spicy, but far more likely 15x is support. A Black Swan indicator was my only alpha. It's just a toy car with a little black swan on top. It's not like a market signal. Hmm. Oh. If we're going to 225, I don't know, is it? That seems excessive. It's not even under $3 yet. I just noticed the Black Swan car, full port pits. What's wrong with you guys?
Tom put their pickle in my jar. Is there a better way to limit slippage when prices become violent? I set a stop loss when SPX dropped to 6,000 and had a slippage of $50 each contract. I thought stop loss limits have a chance to get gapped, which makes the risk worse than a stop loss during volatile price action. 5.
TomTom, is there a better way to limit slippage when prices become violent? I said stop loss on SPX dropped to 6,000 and had slippage of $50 each contract. I thought stop loss limits have a chance to get gapped, which makes the risk worse than a stop loss during volatile price action. Yeah, you can use spreads. Spreads, or buy longer dated contracts, buy in the money contracts, um where you're gonna have less like volatility in the bid ask, and you'll be more able to set limit stops. Oh, hold on. No, there's still bot calls at 25 and 30. They haven't closed them all. No problem, Tom. Also, by $50, do you mean 0.5? Because I would say on an illiquid contract, that's not really a significant amount of slippage. Yeah, I mean, it was just a sharp reversal. But if you'd used stop limits, you probably would have gotten gapped. No, still a lot of bot calls bot calls coming in at 20. Bot calls at 25. Stable. Still stable. Yeah, 2025 got bought up big. Although, uh, in the money calls above Vega neutral, not so hot. That's the 25 is kind of relevant, though. Yo, Scott Passant can't serve. It's just a stupid article. It's been going around for the last couple of hours. I'm also not a current member of the Fed Board of Governors, so I would also be unable to take the role. Lowering rates is not a good idea. Remember what happened last time they cut? No. Nice. Here's the 15 test. It's a big VIX rocket. Yeah. Is this like news? Trade deals? White House reports that U.S. Treasury Secretary Bassant is seen as a contender to be the next Fed chair are false. There you go. Shocker. No, that's not the reason for the drop. Yeah, that's a while ago. I don't know what's driving the spike in VIX. Yeah, possibly just a lot of big pile of shortfall pulling back or something. Mm. There was like some movement on the 59.15 puts. Oh shit. Thank you. I didn't realize. Oh, we fell below the bot calls at 20 and 25. Although I didn't think that buying the out the money call right there was such a great fucking idea anyway. Yeah, they did try to do that end of day yesterday also. Exact same thing. What happened to Intel? I have no idea. Why would I be watching that? Nothing? Oh, they're up today. Uh, yeah, I don't see any significant news.
How do you put their pickle in my jar? Gamma Strike is legit.
Gamma
Took a
Strike
big
is
loss with
legit.
bad
Took a big
trading
loss of
habits
bad
last
trading
week
habits
and made
last
it all
week.
back
Made it
this
all
week
back
plus
this
more.
week, plus more.
Really
Really
appreciate it.
appreciate it. That's
5.
fucking awesome, dude. I'm glad to hear it. Hmm. Nice. It's working. Yeah, apparently. I paid off my Gamma Strike bill today. Nice. Good. It should. That's what it should do. What do you think GME will do tonight? I don't know. Sell off more? It doesn't look very, like, bullish. I don't know what's wrong with you guys. You guys get some, like, fucking hype DD or some, like, draw a triangle. How much would you have to charge the pigeon whales more for futures data? You're on the beta. What are you worried about? You're good. Oh yeah, because it's earnings. Who gives a fuck? There's no reason they shouldn't. I mean, they should at least meet expectations. I don't know if they'll beat them. Any new positioning around 60.15 coming in? No, still bot calls to the upside at 20 and 25, though, from the ones that got burned earlier. Old Gregoris, welcome to Tillionaire, man. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club after the stream. Gotta play a song. Oh wait, we had Latin songs that I didn't even try. You're gonna get a salsa mix.
In the land of the jar, we reach for the sky, slapping bids, selling ripsides high, so am I. Degenerates don't hedge, we just double down.
This sucks.
In the land of the jar, we reach for the sky, slapping bits, selling rip.
This is garbage. These are all garbage. Yeah, these are trash. I'm just gonna play the other one. Business.
Moon or doom, ain't no in between. One good squeeze and I'm living the dream. Pickles up, no guts, no fame. Till the airs rise, no risk, no gains. Moon or doom, ain't no in between. One good squeeze and I'm living the dream. Pickles up, no guts, no fame. Till the airs rise, no risk, no gains. Welcome to the pickle jar, we send it or we cry. Slapping bids, selling rips, Ivy's high, so am I. Degenerates don't hedge, we just double down. Ride or die till the tendies come around. Moon or doom, ain't no in between. One good squeeze and I'm living the dream. Pickles up, no guts, no fame. Till the airs rise, no risk, no gains. Pickles up, pickles up, pickles up, hey. Pickles up, pickles up, pickles up, hey. Seals up, pickles are, legends up, hey. Legends are made. Moon or doom, ain't no in between. One good squeeze and I'm living the dream. Pickles up, no guts, no fame. Till the airs rise, no risk, no gains. Moon or doom, ain't no in between. One good squeeze and I'm living the dream. Pickles up, no guts, no fame. Till the airs rise, no risk, no gains.
The 25s are dying faster than this bounce. Are you long here? Why are you buying the 25? I'm just curious as to the thought process on buying the 25. About the 39.30s, made $3 whole dollars. Actual dollars, not contract dollars. Ouch. Just don't sell the 25 now. Just don't buy them either. Both are shitty. It's just not like a great time to have calls. Bought or sold. It's much better to sell puts in this environment than to sell calls. Quick scalp trade announcement. Although they didn't announce anything on the trades. They didn't price down much though, because demand at the strike stayed high. I feel like it would have made more sense to buy the at the money call. Ellie Mayor Bass. I will try to call Trump on Tuesday. I will tell Trump to stop the raids. Wait, does she think that's gonna work? Sold puts coming in at 10. Hmm. Do a little profit taking on the 20 on the retest. Did you push for 30 by end of day? Is that the goal? Mm, no, that doesn't seem to be the goal right now. I think maybe just try to rescue the abandoned calls at 20 and 25, but um, the problem is the first pile of calls is at 20. Hmm. Yeah, there's plenty of time. Hmm. I guess bears are done for the day. Bears haven't done anything today. Why would Unphase be dead? It's up like 3.5% today. Never change, Pickle Jar. I think we closed somewhere between 15 and 30. Huge resistance at 30? No. But resistance. There's huge resistance out at like 40. There's some resistance at 30. No chance of a 60-10 test. Mm, probably not. We came kind of close on the drop, 11, but that was probably about all we were gonna get. Are you trying to short the bounce? It's always when people are nervous about pickle specs that it's actually time to enter. If the 20s take profit, they can pull the rug. Sure. Yeah. Risky to bet on. Trading like low volume chop like this is usually just a bad idea. I know you guys want to degen into something, but this is pretty rough. Like I don't really understand the validity of going long any options here at all. It just feels right. Mm. So futures then, or just sell options? Like everything just benefits sell side right now. It doesn't seem like there's a lot of good reasons to. Could supportive charm lift us into end of day? I don't think charm right here is having like a lot of positive impact. Hmm. If this drops for any reason, how far could it slip? There's support at 15 and 10. I have got to stop trying to scroll Gamma Strike on the YouTube stream. There you go. Well, now the 25s can take profit. I don't think we're getting up to we're down to 59.99. No, it's I don't know. No. Trump's speaking today at 4. What if those 25s don't take profit? That we push up higher? We need more bot calls, though. Out of the money. Ooh, shit. News? Commerce Lutnick says we will try to finish things. Talks are going really well. Hope they end this evening. How is that bullish? All right, well, it's Taco Tuesday. Talks could go into tomorrow if need be. Man, this is really all over the fucking place. Did you get stopped out or you just closed them? How did positioning change there? Oh, didn't much. More sold calls at 20. Or sold puts, rather. Still don't think we push out to 50. We're gonna need a lot of positioning to shift around to get that high. We'd have to squeeze the calls. There are a lot of them. Maybe, I don't know. Look for spot up, vol up. I can hear police radio or military radio in the background. Where? I can hear it too. In the background of my. I don't have anything going on. No? You feeling alright, man? It's coming from inside the stream. Are you just talking about my air purifier? Oh! I think I have a video playing on, whatchamacallit. No. Wait, did I turn that off? It's this. Trump's supposed to be at this event. I forgot I had the video pulled up already. It's this fucking thing. Pob's training videos. Why are you depressed about that? You sold at resistance. There's nothing inherently bad about doing that. The most bullish thing ever happened, and we don't even know what it is. What do you mean? Lutnick came out and said a bunch of shit. It's not system audio bleeding through. I just have audio on for this fucking event. No, we got the 40 test. The fuck happened to BTU? Nothing, I don't think. We're gonna average down some calls, and it checked hard. Pull back a little after like the 15 test, but still looks like it's just consolidating. It'll benefit from any progress in the trade deals with China. It made a big penis, but it's an upside down penis, like a hanging penis, and that's bullish. Dick down bullish. Up dick bearish. Is Cole chased now? Wait, what now? Up dick down dick. What's the video? They're blowing shit up for fun. We left gaps back at 23 and 25. Although, we may not fill them given that Trump isn't speaking until after market close. Ugh. The fuck did I just come back to? It's, I don't know, it's military bullshit. How much of this is just CPI padding? Hmm, I don't know. I mean, a lot. I think a lot of it's just some bullishness on the back of the uh, the China the China news. I don't think any of it's like CPI padding per se. Looks like we're fucking losing it all again anyway. Hmm. Head and shoulders. Yeah, that was just my mouse. Ooh, nice, man. What contract was that? Oh, nice. Butterfly? Eh. Oh, yeah. Looks like we could still close between like 20 and 35. Right in the middle of the VNs again. Which part of it would be most confusing? How many red berets and green berets? That's how many green candles we'll have today. What a pigeon whale. No, it's an airplane. I don't know whose fucking airplane it is. My whole net worth is flying out of that engine. 'Come on, 60/30s. Take your profit. Mm. I don't think there's any bot calls left at 60/30. It's just sold puts. Sold puts at 30, 25, 20, 15. 15's the biggest support to the downside right now. $700 Marines, 4,100 National Guard arrive in LA for the next 60 days. Estimated cost $134 million. Nice. Fill in those gaps. As long as we close between 15 and 30, I don't give a shit what we do. Sold puts at 30, gonna squeeze with 26 minutes left. Hmm. Maybe a little. Morning OI update. Not sure. Only if we turn it white. Oh shit, Tesla finally broke 20. No pullback. Interesting. My long puts at 30 or the entire market worth of sold puts at 30. Both might be true. Like, you might win a little bit, and then they'll win a little bit. What news did Microsoft have? Working on a deal to add 1 million Copilot users from a single customer. Who the is it? The federal government? Mm. Oop. You're ever gonna make a dinner song that appeases to individuals of my skin color? You don't like pirates? Ah. Hmm. Before we phase out the old dinner song, can we hear it one more time as a salute? Which one? The prior piratey one?
Welcome to the pickle jar where
Oh, the original one? Fuck. Um.
Happy birthday, Gherkin. Yeah. Yeah, we might have a chance, but we ain't got ropes. Give us more than a chance, cause we ain't no coke. Get the cash in advance, cause we hold it afloat. If you are what you eat, that makes Gherkin the goat. Hoping that you read the DD, cause when the shit squeeze, we go end up with the moon, man. Racks to the 510 weeklies, while I'm selling CCs like another fucking moon win. Praise be to RC and the BY, please, cause I need G and me to move soon, man. Got the van GG on the CNBC, saying that he ain't seeing no collusion. Yeah, we might be apes, but we ain't that Joe. Motherfucker trades this popcorn code. When the Citadel fails, I'm a bomber on boat. Sail the Elliott waves like a Kramer on coke. Yo, but we ain't no cult.
I think I even have one older than that. There's, fuck, where is it? You guys remember this one?
Hey dude, welcome to the Billionaires. ain't no gorillionaires, cause Andrew Mo money sucks.
There was this one, the old intro. Oh god, the old Zillionaires, the Gregorian chants. Do you have the VUP song? Fuck, no. I don't know where it is. Somewhere, maybe. I'm gonna play the Popcorn Trader song.
Let me tell you about a legend goes by Popcorn Trader. Father to Colonel Ever the
Pickle,
Speculator.
pickle, 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 VUP. Put that pickle in my jar. Pickle, 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 VUP. Pickle, 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 VUP. Pickle, 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 pickle. Pickle, VUP. Pickle, 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 VUP. Pickle, 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 VUP. Pickle, 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 VUP 5.
Popcorn Trader, riding the breeze, chasing his dreams with a heart at ease. Can't read a chart, he'll laugh and admit, I'm just illiterate, but I don't give a shit. Popcorn Trader never makes a dime, but damn if he ain't having a hell of a time. He's the king of bad bets, but don't tell him that. Tried to short Larry Ellison, fell flat on his back. Says next trade's the winner, you can bet your hat. Got a portfolio of dreams, but his wallet's laid bare. But he'll show you his goats like he just don't care. Those VXX calls tank to zero again, but he's grilling steaks like he's rich with.
We still haven't filled the downside gaps.
Keeps my spirits high, cracking jokes about trades under the starlit sky. Popcorn Trader, riding the breeze, chasing his dreams with a heart at ease. Can't read a chart, he'll laugh and admit, I'm just illiterate, but I don't give a shit. Popcorn trader never makes a dime, but damn if he ain't having a hell of a time. They say, man, give it up, you're just chasing dreams. He says, y'all don't get it, this is what life means. Booty looping trades, yeah, it's risky and bold, but you can't buy the stories with all the world's gold. Colonel's watching close, he's taking notes at his side, smiling wide as Pop spins tales of the ride. Popcorn grins and says, son, aim for the stars, and don't forget the goats or the backyard bars. OTM plays and dreams that never end. He's got no fortune but plenty of friends. In the trade of life, he's all heart and soul, laughing through the losses, chasing every goal. Popcorn trader, riding the breeze, chasing his dreams with a heart at ease. Can't read a
If you know, you know.
I'm just illiterate, but I don't give a shit. Popcorn trader never makes a dime, but damn if he ain't having a hell of a time. So raise your glass to Popcorn, the fearless fool. In the game of life, he's breaking every rule. Once bet it all on a moonshine run, came back laughing, said that was fun. He's got no cash, but he's rich in stories to tell. Popcorn trader, the legend, raising his own kind of hell.
Dawn's little tiny erect dick. No one knew what to do with it. Daisy laughed 'cause she couldn't find it. Couldn't find it, she couldn't find it. Dawn's little tiny erect dick. It's a quarter tall and a penny thick. Looks a lot
I forgot I made this.
like a Q-tip. Pink Q-tip. Pink Q-tip. Dawn's little tiny erect dick tried to impress with his country tricks, but the ladies laughed, said, bless your heart, bless your heart, oh bless your heart. Dawn's little tiny erect dick. It's a quarter tall and a penny thick. Looks a lot like a pink Q-tip. Pink Q-tip, pink Q-tip. He thought a big truck would compensate, but size down south doesn't equate. Now Dawn's the talk of the county fair. Poor little Dawn with his modest pair. Dawn's little tiny erect dick. It's a quarter tall and a penny thick. Looks a lot like a pink Q-tip. Pink Q-tip. Pink Q-tip. So if you see Dawn down in the south with a sheepish grin and a quiet mouth, just give a nod and a knowing wink. We all know about his little pink shrink.
Whales with the riches of show. They laugh and cheer, they boast and sneer. Look at those billionaires, barely making a year.
Oh wait, that's the... I can't play that one. That's for Thanksgiving. A penny thick is wild.
was a man who took a gamble bold. In the city, lives of stories never told. Played strangles on a speedway, fate wasn't kind. Lost his home, his peace, and his mind.
You love it, Dork.
Through the alleys, searching for a place. A whiskey and regret were all that filled his space. City folks just passed him by without a care. Dork's dreams were shattered, floating in the air. Oh, Dork, where'd you go wrong? Trading your life for a gambler's song. Hopes turned to ashes in a fiery storm. Now you're just a ghost in the woods, so forlorn. Sold his last possession for a ticket to nowhere. Took a bus to the forest where he found despair. Built a shack of timber, shadows and pain. Swore never to gamble his soul again. Nights grew colder and the silence loud. Living with memories, wearing them proud. A fire kept him company, though his heart was stone. Dork danced with the darkness, always alone. Oh, Dork, where'd you go wrong? Trading your life for a gambler's song. Hopes turned to ashes in a fiery storm. Now you're just a ghost in the woods, so forlorn. Oh, Dork, where'd you go wrong? Trading your life for a gambler's song. Hopes turned to ashes in a fiery storm. Now you're just a ghost in the woods, so forlorn.
Hmm. Ding ding. Alright. I guess this air show thing's not fucking gonna start, so. Boom, boom, boom. Pull up. Yeah. Can find out what Trump says later. Okay. So we close at the pretty close to the top of the upside expected move for the day. That 40 level ending up being a bit of a cap, but a good opportunity to sell like 50 calls and stuff if anyone did that. This largely on the back of unconfirmed potential in the Chinese U.S. trade deals that are, or trade negotiations that are currently ongoing. The market bouncing basically just on a single statement from Lutnick as to the progress of those talks. Obviously, that could be continued bullishness if there's some sort of resolution to the negotiations tonight, or if there is no resolution, things could get a little bearish. We also have CPI in the morning. I don't expect much to come out of it, but there is a possibility for like a small bump in core inflation, and that could be seen as a leading indicator of more price increases to come for the consumer, but definitely not there yet. ES broke up, cleared the 60.31 level. This is now above the bull confirm here. Because I don't actually have that on this chart right now, but if you look earlier in the week, this is a close above that. The next level to the upside of some importance is 60.56, and given the bearish consolidation going on from last Friday, we may still see this fail, like locally, but I don't think it would be very significant unless we lost like 59.90. So yeah, not much there. And then out here for the dollar, we have very slight increases on the front end of the yield curve, but and a little bit in the belly. But the top end pulling back a little bit. 10-year still roughly around 4.5. 20-year still right around 5. I wouldn't say anything significant as of yet. Probably won't see any move in yields until PPI, unless CPI surprises, which I really don't think it's going to do right now. Correlation rising a little bit, or falling a little bit on the 1 month. 3 months still kind of grinding down, but definitely not moving down as fast as the 1M. Correlation is still higher over the last few days, even with the slight drop into the end of today. Commodities, I don't think there's really anything interesting going on there. A little bit of a pullback across the board, including oil, which had a fairly strong bounce this morning, but that's retreated and it's back under $65 a barrel. Gold and silver not moving very much. Dollar pretty flat. Carry trade leverage also fairly flat, around 8.6. Forward yield on volatility is really not doing much either. -7%. I think it was like 6 something yesterday. Bond volatility picked up a little bit yesterday, but correlation on the 3-month is still continuing to decline. And now I think today's close is the lowest level for the 3-month dispersion that we've seen since like May 15th. So on the back of that initial big pump. Still no change in skew, really. A percent of stocks above the 20. I fixed this chart, so now it's 20, 50, and 200-day moving average. More above the 50, actually, than we see above the 20, but that's starting to catch up. Generally, moves to the upside are preceded. Strength and breadth to the upside is preceded by the 20-day, and then 50 and 200-day will follow. So right now, I mean, things are still a little bit choppy. There was a pretty decent drop in correlation between cash VIX and VIX, moving from 93 to 92.2, so still a lot of vol shorting going on. Fed fund futures, I now have it set for September, Jan, and June. So Jan of 26 and June of 26. Right now, about 3 rate cuts priced out over the next year, with slightly less than 2 of those being by January of next year. And the September expectation is basically 0 cuts now. Bear steepener down a little bit today. Almost like there was positive economic news, but there wasn't. We did break above trend here out on the daily, and we broke above the 60-30 level, which we also closed above. This is a pretty good sign of a reversal. And the next stop to the upside of any importance is going to be the all-time high back at 61.47. There could be a little bit of resistance around 6100. I believe that was the high from like December. So we could watch that level, but definitely not as important as the all-time high test. And given how much we've pushed up here, I would expect somewhere between now and then we'll get a little bit of a pullback, but maybe not much. Maybe like 50 or 100 points, something like that. Little GameStop 1 quarter net sales 732.4 million, negative 17% year over year. It's okay. They bought Bitcoin at the top. It's gonna be fine. Ugh. Gross. Oh, that's actually selling off too. Some liquidity on that. Nice. All right. Well, anyway, I think that's it for today. So I will see you guys bright and early tomorrow. Later.
Kenny's Mayonnaise is a proud sponsor of Pickle Financial, so when you get a hankering for some cream